Okay, first person's in 2 minutes, so let's go, folks. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order, and might I ask Trustee Williams to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Everyone please rise and repeat after me. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. All right, so we're about to start interviews. I want to remind the board to speak directly into the microphone. Make sure your microphone is on. Make sure the light is on. That'll let you know that your microphone's on whenever you speak. We must do this to capture the audio for the meeting. Please also, board, be reminded that discussions and votes will be in open session following the ranking readout. And be mindful that we will only focus on information provided in the application materials and gathered through the interview process. Also, please be reminded that there will be a timer set at the start of each interview. It'll be set for a duration of 30 minutes. We'll bring out, I guess, the first candidate is Richard Arthur Long. And he is making his way up. Excellent. And as I understand, Stacy is reading the questions. Good. So we can all stay focused on what the candidate has to say. Whatever you want. This is, yeah, and do note that your notes will be collected at the end. Is there anybody that needs paper or anything like that before? Yeah? Okay, can we possibly get some additional paper?
Unless we take notes on it.
No, we don't really want to take notes on the questionnaire.
You can put your notes wherever you like, just know that the notes will be collected at the end. Yes. By all means. By all means. Thank you.
So do we have a copy of the questions?
Yeah. Well, the ones they fill out, yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Mm-hmm. Good afternoon, Mr. Long.
Good evening.
On behalf of the Board of Trustees, we're very happy you're here and interested in fulfilling this position. There will be a timer right over there. It'll be set for a duration of 30 minutes. Please provide as much information as possible for each question, as there will not be any follow-up questions. But don't worry about the time. If you have 30 minutes, you're going to stay in 30 minutes. Don't be concerned. Is it okay for the candidates to remove their masks while they're over there? Do we have a concern with that?
I would leave it up to their comfort level. Candidates.
I would prefer to,
Yeah.
if possible.
We want to be sure we can hear you.
Yeah.
We know all the candidates are incredibly good looking. There you go.
I was just about to say that I was sorry you couldn't see the big smile on my face on that.
All right, Stacy, I have known you for 6 years and I've never pronounced your last name right. Is it Nikach?
Kneecap.
Nikach. See, I would know that if I'd ever asked you in the last 6 years. Ms. Nikach is going to read all of the questions, but you answer them to all of us.
Okay.
So go ahead.
What do you see as the basic purpose of community colleges? What do you see as the basic purpose of community colleges?
I was around in the 60s when the California Master Plan for Higher Education was created, and came to realize in my own college time that the community college had a very, very special role. It was meant to be the only body of higher education which was absolutely open entry. All you had to be was 18 or have a high school diploma, and you were welcome to come in and begin at the level that was appropriate for you. It's also the only institution which develops a plan for basic skills attainment. Students often come in without the necessary academic strength to accomplish their goals, and in many cases they don't even know what their goals are yet. And the entire system at the community college is open. Not only isn't it critical of being at a basic skill level, but it's supportive. The faculty, unlike those of a university who must publish or perish, which is the key term, it means that they take a great deal of time and effort outside their teaching duties to become a highly successful author. At the community college, that pressure is completely relieved. And what I noticed was, and I heard this from students all the time as a counselor, the teachers were more than supportive, took more than the average amount of time to support any personal needs that they had. And I also got to know a number of faculty who expressed that very advantage for them. The community college also has a phenomenal financial aid system. It's made clear to the students from the minute they get there how to apply. They have a great deal of help to finish the application, see it through, and if they're eligible, they are given just the right amount of support, which allows them to come to school. The athletics program is, for many students, the foundation of their interest in their lives, and it creates a competitive situation, both intramural and between schools, that allows them to express themselves physically, and that leads to a great emphasis by the school on their health. I was part of the student services team as a counselor and came to appreciate the vast array of people at that school who work with students outside the classroom to give them the kind of support that they need. And this is not just school support. This is not just academic. It's also personal and emotional and even spiritual, to help them guide them through many problems. One of the problems that the students had was transportation, and many of the functions at the school were able to give them a way to get from school to home. Another was childcare. They couldn't come to school because of their children and the needs to support them. A big one was occasionally family support. There was sometimes pressure not to come to school. That was a different area. That was something that was strange. All those things were addressed on a daily basis by myself and my colleagues. Question 2?
As a trustee, what do you see as the primary purpose and primary goal?
My primary purpose would be to join the trustees as a team member and support the mission of the Community College District, which is to provide a safe working environment for both the faculty and the students, to interpret the mission itself to the community so that they understood the role and were willing to support it when it came to voting in extra funding. I see the purpose of the board member as I've done quite a bit of reading on the website with the different subcommittees that the board members participate in, and how important it is for them to be widely, to be interested in a number of topics that contribute to the board. Okay?
What are you proud of this district?
The very first night that I worked at Valley College, I was invited as a high school counselor to come and represent Redlands High School and to begin to learn about the program and take that information back to the high school. But I found something that surprised me greatly. I was all of a sudden, that very first night in the fall of 1990, a member of a team. The other counselors there made me feel at home. And in turn, I saw them treat the students that exact same way. There was no student who was given the short shrift if they had a need. And so all of us formed a team. And I can count the figures of one hand in the 25 years I was there, the number of recalcitrant students that came my way. It was the most beautiful group of folks I'd ever seen. And I became very close to the spirit of what I saw as a family there. And in all the roles I played, both at the school level and the district and in CTA, I attempted to recreate that family. I was also extremely proud of the huge variety of programs and services that are offered by the community college. When I started as an elementary teacher, it took me about 3 years to master how to marshal a group of 37 pre-puberty dynamos in the 5th grade. When I became a high school counselor, it took me even longer to learn the Redlands High School curriculum and the services there. I can easily say that I was learning every day of the 7 years at Redlands High School. But when I came to Valley, the multiplicity of opportunities and programs was so vast that I don't think I ever stopped learning about it right up until the very last day I was an adjunct counselor. And so that variety and that incredible opportunity at both Crafton and Valley, and in many cases complementing one another, I think was extremely gratifying to me.
What would you like to accomplish as a board member?
I'm frightened of COVID in a healthy way. I can guess, without knowing the details, that for this body, it has presented challenges and heartaches that are unprecedented. It is ongoing. It is a rolling disaster. And yet you've kept the campus together. You've navigated changes in mitigation policies, and I'm sure that as you have had to look forward to long-term capital projects, you've had to adjust the timeline for them to be finished. I would feel very strongly as a board member to continue to try to protect our students and faculty against a monster. But there's another monster that scares me to death, and that is the darkness that has descended on a good part of our world in a change in the spirit of leadership and what it means to support and love people. It is manifest, and I'm not speaking now politically, but it's manifest in many ways. As you watch the very, very difficult decisions that our national and state leaders make, I feel enormously grateful to be here in California, where it appears that we've been just about as smart as one can be. And so for me, as a member of the board, I would want to continue to protect the people that we serve. It's a feeling that I've always had about a group that I either led or worked with, a feeling of compassion and caring and of protection. So putting aside the dozens of different operational factors where you work with budget and with property acquisition and the sale of, it is the overriding feeling of threat that I do want to be sure that we address.
Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
I'm going to consult some notes. I can't hide that. I noted 6, 7 areas that I feel I would bring to the board and why it would be an advantage. The first one, I bring to you a 60-year residency in Redlands. I'm going to guess, although it's not a very full room, that I'm one of the only people here that remembers in order to get to the university in 1960, you had to get off where the freeway ended at Waterman and drive in on Redlands Boulevard. I would guess that many of you don't remember smudge pots and how we woke up in the morning in North Hall dorm covered with ash after a freezing night. But all of that is to say that to serve Area 4 would be a natural for me because I have watched Redlands grow from a little community full of orange groves to next best thing to cosmopolitan, and that's true for Loma Linda also. Number 2, I've had the chance to teach and counsel every type and age of human being from preschool all the way through graduate studies, classes at the university where I taught in the School of Education. And what it does is give me, and I bring to the board, a comprehensive knowledge of human development, not because I've read 1,000 books or have a degree, but I've watched it, working with the families of these folks, getting to know what the next level of growth is. And it means that I have a very, very good idea of where our students are coming from, and even more importantly, where they're going, and how to prepare them to get there. Number 3, I have a 30-year perspective on negotiations and grievance. I was heading the negotiating team for the Redlands Unified School District when collective bargaining law was passed. And we were the first group where the superintendent didn't just simply tell us what our salary and benefits would be. There was actually a contract. And what I bring to the board as I worked with these issues at the community college district is the knowledge that we have to interpret the administration's views to the faculty and vice versa. We have to bring what the faculty need and what their views are to the administration. And in that sense, you really spend most of your time looking in 2 directions, and you have to balance both. You might think that the CTA, who gave us a great deal of training, an entire week at UCLA every summer, and many workshops during the year, you might think that they would train us in terms of grievance and negotiations to be fist pounders and demanders. But nothing could have been further from the truth. Their training was to respect the district as it was organized, to respect the administrators whose burden it was to see those policies through, and to work cooperatively, and that's exactly what we did. Number 4, I have a comprehensive knowledge over a 25-year period of all of the student services that we offer the students at both community colleges. That means that in session, when we have when the board has an issue involving programs, it means that I would have enough of a knowledge to be of some use. Sometimes programs must be eliminated, however regretfully, and other times they're up for recreation. Number 5, I'm a member of the arts community. I'm a trained concert pianist. I'm married to one, married to a beautiful woman who works at the university and has concertized all over the world. And as a consequence, I have a deep understanding of arts, of art, theater, music, and those are staple parts of what our students must have access to. Number 6, a little bit personal. How am I doing on time? Okay. I worked as an adjunct counselor at Valley until the spring of 2017. We got a call from our brother-in-law that Luann's younger sister was imminently terminal with liver cancer. Now, that's bad enough, but the two women had been best friends since life. And I knew that if I didn't stick close to home, it would be even harder on Luann. So I withdrew from my adjunct counseling 3 days a week at Valley. We did lose her a few months later, and 6 weeks later, her younger brother was diagnosed with aggressive bladder cancer. We fled to Colorado Springs, where they live, saw him through surgery, and I'm glad to say that he's doing just fine now in remission. As if that weren't bad enough, 2 months later, Luann herself was diagnosed with breast cancer, aggressive breast cancer. She is fine now. It was localized, and she needs no aggressive treatment. The point I'm making is that just as we were recovering from knowing what our lives would be like, the COVID hit, and because we were feeling a little vulnerable in the health area, we decided to really take the lockdown seriously, and we have stayed home. I've been at home with Luann for 1.5 years. Now, I apologize for the lengthy and very personal report, but it gives credence to the fact that I am like a coiled spring right now. I am ready to get back into the professional world. I'm ready to jump in with both feet and do everything I can with all my energy and all the experience that I've had to work with you all again. I've really missed it. The last point is that I have had many leadership experiences, but I'm also a bloody good team member. I'm a good worker bee. And any of you who know me or have worked with me know very well that I'm a good listener, that I help synthesize lots of different ideas. I used to let my own executive board wrangle until they were so exhausted nobody knew what they were doing, and then I would simply say, why don't we do this? And it was just what we needed to do. And so I'm looking forward to getting back into that. Now, I've looked at the bios for each of the board members here. That's part of the reading that I've been doing. And I can see that each of you, like me, comes to this position with many, many different activities and experiences and pieces of life that are strengths. I think what I've just mentioned to you, if it were just 1 or 2 individual pieces of experience, that would be very sweet, but not particularly compelling. But you put all that together, and I would bring to the board really quite a unique smorgasbord of different experiences. And in that sense, I would be just like you.
Is there anything else you would like to add that we haven't asked about?
Just that I'm very glad to be here, but I'm very sorry that Dr. Singer had to withdraw. He was always very gracious to me. He hired me, and I'm sure that you miss him. So it's a bilateral feeling. I'm glad to be here, but I'm sorry about the circumstance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Law. So at this point, we have about a 5-minute break in transition. We're a little bit ahead. Well, not really, just barely. So if we want to take 5 minutes before the next candidate comes out. Yeah, during said 5 minutes, we're not deliberating on anything, however, we simply eat a cookie or something. Yeah, if the candidate is ready. Does this turn on? Thank you. Okay, so we are back to the interviews. The next interview is Renea Wickman. Ms. Wickman, if you want to approach, you can wear your mask or not wear your mask while you're addressing us, whatever makes you feel more comfortable. You're going to be asked a series of questions by Stacy Nekatch at the end of the podium here. Please answer to us. You will have a timer set for 30 minutes. Please provide as much information as possible for each question. There will not be any follow-up questions from us.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Nekatch.
What would you see as the basic purpose of community colleges?
To educate the students and develop their training in academics and developing the community around them.
As a trustee, what do you see as your primary purpose or primary role?
What I see as a trustee is a policymaker to help develop the education, academics, and training. Make sure that the staff and faculty have all the tools that they need to provide such education and training for the students.
What are you proud of in this district?
Well, I started at Crafton Hills College in 1988, so I'm really proud of the extensions, expansions, the additional academic classes and trades. I'm very proud of how they're developing the community and educating the local community as a whole. Very proud of that.
What would you like to accomplish as a board member?
Well, I'm really proud of what the board has done and how far the college has come, and I'm very impressed with the board members that are here, and so I'd like to follow in their footsteps and learn more and just continue the growth and development of the community college.
Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
I have a story that is very unique and it's specific to my community college days here at Crafton Hills College. I am a mother of three, and when I started, I had a 7-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a toddler. And what I did, I was just moving out here with my husband, who's a pharmacist, and he needed to take the exam to be licensed here. So we had one car at that particular time, so I would get up early in the morning. I would drop my kids off at the YMCA daycare, come back with the car so that he could have the car. I would then take the bus from Redlands to Crafton Hills College, and my first class was at 8 o'clock. After I finished my classes, I would go to the library and study. Then I would take the bus back to the YMCA where I volunteered so that I could have childcare because it was so expensive. So my trade-off was working part-time as a volunteer at the YMCA. I would, at 6:30, I was done. I would walk home 3 miles with my children every day because I didn't have a car until we got our second car. So that is my personal story that I have to completing my junior college education here at Crafton. So I believe and I know that with my experience that I had and my determination that I had, I think that my passion and sincerity and to look at the students and really have a story for them and those who maybe think they can't make it, but they can. The other thing that happened was I had my first class was my biology class, and it was 8 o'clock in the morning. And the teacher was, the professor, he said, if you are 1 minute late, you are absent. So I went up to him and I said, you know, Professor, I have 3 kids. One of them is a toddler. I have to get them up. Can you give me some have mercy? And he was like, no, if I have mercy on you, I'm going to have mercy on everybody else. I said, well, I guess I'm just going to have to get up a little bit earlier. So I worked it out, and I was successful. And so from Crafton, with my biology degree, I transferred to UC Riverside, and I got a biology degree from UC Riverside. So I just think that my experiences that I had going through this, and in my life's experiences with my children, my son went to Valley College from the media department. He graduated, transferred to USC, where he got his BS in film and production. So I'm very proud of Crafton and the community college and Valley College and what we've done. So I think that my experiences with that would be very unique that I could bring to the board.
Is there anything you would like to add that we haven't asked about?
Nope. But thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come and interview before you.
Thank you, Dr. Wickman.
Have a great day.
Okay, so we have another 5-minute break. If the next candidate is ready, we can keep moving forward. our next candidate, Mr. Carter, can approach if you like, Mr. Carter. There will be a timer. You have 30 minutes to answer. There's 6 questions. You have the list of questions. There will be a timer. It will be set for the duration of 30 minutes. Please provide as much information as possible for each question, as there will not be any follow-up questions from us. Ms. Nikach will read the questions. You can speak to us with those. You can wear your mask or not, depending on your own level of comfort.
Okay.
You're far from everyone. Thank you. Ms. Nikach?
What do you see as the basic purpose of community colleges?
Well, is this a good distance? Can everyone hear me? All right. Thank you guys for having me today. The basic purpose of education in general is to make better humans, right? And what I mean by that is when we enter an educational institution, the goal, whether it's specifically to advance our career or make more money, at the end of the day, it's because we want to become better at life, better at being human, better at being a contributing member of society. And so the basic purpose of community colleges is to provide an avenue for our community and its members to become better people, whether that means just taking a course that will help them advance in their job that they already have, or whether it means them getting an actual AS or AA degree, or even if they have more lofty goals of transferring to a higher education and getting their bachelor's degree, or going on into higher education, right? Whatever their goal is, our purpose as educators, as members of this community, is to provide an avenue that's safe for them to become better human beings.
As a trustee, what do you see as your primary purpose or primary role?
The primary purpose and role of a trustee in most boards, they're the transparency arm of your governing agency, right? They don't necessarily make all the decisions, but they're there to make sure that the governing institution is held accountable to the people, to the community. They're here to make sure that the community feels safe about what and how their funds are being used for. They, of course, ask questions and help set the direction, but they're here to make sure that Diana, Ms. Rodriguez, the chancellor, and her staff and her team are doing what they're supposed to do to serve and make our community better through this community college. The trustee isn't here to bring their own agenda. They're not here to change the world. They're here to serve, just like the chancellor, just like the students are here to work and do their part. Their role is, again, largely to be the transparency arm of the government and make sure that everyone is accountable to what they're required to do and what they've been asked to do by either the college or whatever their role may be.
What are you proud of in this district?
I am a lifelong resident of San Bernardino. I was born in St. Bernardino Hospital, and I imagine I'll probably be buried across the street at Mountain View Cemetery. I am very proud of San Bernardino, and I'm very proud of what this school has provided. I didn't attend this school myself, but I know several friends and family members who this school was pivotal in their growth and in their ability to make something better of themselves and to help this community. I know small business owners that were able to come to this college and take a class in business or accounting that helped them grow their business, that helped them succeed. And I'm very proud that you people and our educators have been here and have been at this beautiful campus that we've had for so long. It's just been a running I don't want to say shrine, a running monument for what San Bernardino can be at its best. And whatever people believe about community colleges, I know at their heart, they are not just something to be forgotten about. They are fundamental to a community, to people who are underserved, to people who maybe don't have all the opportunities that some of us have been given. And I am proud of the fact that this has been a great college through all of the ups and downs that San Bernardino has been through. And I want to be a part of that legacy and hope that I can be.
What would you like to accomplish as a board member?
Well, I understand you guys are, in a pivotal point. You just got a new chancellor and you had a resignation. That's why I'm here. I don't have an agenda outside of being here to serve. My whole life is based on service and helping this community. And I don't have an agenda outside of being able to step in. You guys, I know this is only about a year left in this term, and make sure that you guys get through this term strong, that you establish the chancellor and her new term, and make sure she gets a good running start to how this college is going to be shaped over the next 5 to 10 years. And so my job and what I see as my goal is to come in here and make sure that I assist you guys with the work that you already have started, that already have going this year. I was watching your board meeting from the vaccine mandate, and I know this is a contentious issue, and I know this is a contentious time to be a part of government and politics. And I have the experience with governing boards, and I know what's important when you come into these situations. And you need someone who's cool-headed and reasonable and can hear the passion from people from both sides and be willing to make an informed decision, to make informed advice for our constituents and our college and our chancellor. And that's my only goal, is to be able to step in here alongside of you guys and help you finish out this term and finish it well during a time that's particularly difficult right now, as you all know.
Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
I think you want someone to come in when you're appointing someone in a position like this, that you want someone who already has experience with these type of governing institutions. For myself, I'm a city librarian. I've been in government my entire career. I've been on the side of where I've been a board member, and I know the rules of order, whether they're Roberts or parliamentary procedures or however you guys follow. So I know the rules of decorum, and I'm familiar with the Brown Act. So you need someone who knows all of the rules. You don't want someone coming in who's inexperienced and missteps and gets everyone in trouble because they're inexperienced and not familiar with government. And then on the other side of that, I also know how important it is being on this side of the table and this side of the board when I've prepared board agendas or backup materials, and I've come before the board because the board has asked me to present or to come for questioning, and there's board members who came with an agenda that didn't read the backup materials, were not prepared, and didn't understand what their job was as a board member, and made it about what they were doing. In fact, I still deal with the board where we have certain people who make it about what they want to do and what they want to accomplish rather than what the community needs to accomplish. And they make it all about themselves. So I think you want to appoint someone, whether it's me or someone else. I know you probably have some good candidates. You want someone who's going to be able to come in here, who understands the rules of order and decorum and has a good temperament, who's not going to lose their cool when there's contentious issues, who's not going to try to make it about themselves, who's not going to be a disruption, but rather they're going to be a complement to what you guys bring to the table and what you guys are prepared and are trying to accomplish. With that, I just ask that you carefully consider me. It's an honor just to be asked up here. I think what you guys do is a great service to the community. I know it takes a lot of time out of your day and your months and your years to serve this. And if I'm asked to join you up there, I would be my honor to serve alongside you, and I just wish you the best of luck in your decision. I know it's going to be a tough one.
Is there anything you would like to add that we haven't asked about?
Honestly, I thought we were already on that question. That's why I gave my big speech right there. No, I don't have anything else. I really appreciate you guys. I got ahead of myself. Again, good luck, and I hope to hear from you.
Thank you very much.
All set?
Yes, sir.
All right. You guys have a good night.
Thank you. All right, we have scheduled 5 minutes between each candidate, during which time we can talk about anything we like except the candidates. Is the next candidate here and ready? So we are on a break until Ms. Hannon brings in the next candidate, and I think we can just move forward at that point. Yes.
Okay.
You're far away from everyone, so whatever makes you feel comfortable, sir. There will be a timer, which will be on there. It'll be set for a duration of 30 minutes. Please provide as much information as possible for each question, and note that there will not be any follow-up questions from us.
Okay.
And they gave you the list of questions.
They did.
correct? All right, Ms. Nikach will read the questions. You can answer to us in any way you want.
Actually,
Please begin.
What do you see as the basic purpose of community colleges?
thank you very much. And I just would like to start by thanking for the opportunity to be here with all of you this evening. Chair, trustees, presidents, student trustees, staff, faculty, students, of course, and the public we serve. Community colleges are in a unique position to be game changers for people at every level of our society. They make educational opportunities available to as many people as possible, as economically as possible, in order to better their lives, their families, and their communities. This is accomplished through degree and certification programs, providing motivated individuals being prepared to enter a very demanding and very changing workforce. And community colleges have existed, at least in California, for well over 100 years and continue to make an incredible contribution for the futures of so many people. I guess I could follow up by the diversity of programs that is offered. Not everyone is right for a 4-year college experience. And while that was my personal experience, there are members of my family for whom that was not right. And whether it is with the intention of completing a 4-year degree or to find a certification program, to learn trade skills that may not be learnable anywhere outside of a community college setting, these are the things that are very valuable for students to learn, because without those skills, they won't have the same kinds of opportunities that others have in the workforce. So these colleges help make these opportunities possible. And in addition, we're in a unique position to level this playing field. So locally, well, I can get into the next one later, but excuse me, I haven't been in an interview situation in 25 years. Now I've lost my train of thought. I apologize for that, but community colleges really are the equal leveling field opportunity for people of all levels, all parts of their lives where they need to retool or learn for the first time.
As a trustee, what do you see as your primary purpose or primary role?
The trustees have a very important oversight of the chancellor and direction of policy for the district. It is not the role of the trustee to become involved in pet projects at individual colleges or to pursue other kinds of things within the operation of the colleges, but rather to oversee the chancellor and provide the correct or informed policy direction and give the chancellor and by extension the presidents and the colleges the tools and the resources that they need to complete the tasks of educating our students.
What are you proud of in this district?
I'm really proud of the nearly 100-year track record that Valley College has for the people of the San Bernardino area, and the nearly 50 years of experience that Crafton Hills College has done for the East Valley here in the San Bernardino Valley. Both colleges have made immeasurable differences in the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in our region. And when we combine that with a more than $600 million regional economic impact, the contribution is truly astonishing. Additionally, the kinds of opportunities that members of the public are given to interact with the colleges, whether it be through athletics games or performances. I'm really excited about the new performing arts facilities that are coming to Crafton, other facilities that I know are coming to Valley College. Members of the public have the opportunity to interact even though they may not be students. So this is a great opportunity to support the community in addition to supporting the student body.
What would you like to accomplish as a board member?
As a Mexican American and as a gay American, I'm very passionate about diversity and inclusion and policies that will help every type of student that we possibly have succeed in the future. I have been very fortunate in my life, but not everyone has been as fortunate as I have. And I would like to do the best that I can to help as many people as I can, whether people are challenged because of racial bias or economic status or other areas where diversity and inclusion is a real need. That's one of the areas that I would really like to help with. Of course, kind of the easy answer, but also a true answer, is to make sure that we can expand programs as necessary, that the programs that are offered are changing as needs change, to help make sure that the resources are provided to the chancellor and the colleges to make those changes happen. And when we see that there are challenges for some groups of students, like I was reading through some of the fact book, where not every group of students has the same kinds of success rates. And maybe there are things that we can do to try to target the groups that are not as successful for whatever reason. I'm particularly excited about seeing what the results of AB 705 will have in the next coming years. I was fortunate enough to hear a presentation by President Haran to our Rotary Club last year, and he talked about that being on the horizon, but then the pandemic came. So I think that really has the opportunity to be a game changer for a lot of students into the future as the kinds of expectations change for assessment.
Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
I have a very strong educational background. I was fortunate enough to be among the first, actually, I would be the second in my family to attend a four-year university. I attended University of the Pacific in Stockton, California, on a scholarship. And I was aided by Cal Grant and Pell Grant because otherwise my family could not have afforded to send me to a four-year school. From there, I was able to attend graduate school at UC Riverside, completing an MA in history and a PhD in history as well. And from there, I have become involved in numerous volunteer civic activities. In addition to being past president of our Rotary Club, I have served as the president of University of Redlands Town and Ground, which raises money for scholarships. I have served on historic museum boards. I have served on in a fundraising capacity and an oversight capacity on the Board of Trustees of Kimberly Crest House and Gardens. And in addition to that, I have served as an adjunct professor of history at University of Redlands. So I have both in-classroom experience from the faculty side as well as from the student side from many, many, many years of being a student. And in addition to that, I served as the president of the Redlands Association of Mid-Management Employees. So I have a labor perspective as well. And of course, so much of what all of us do relies on partnerships and collaboration. And with something like this, everything is a collaboration between, faculty, staff, trustees, administrators, students, labor partners, members of the public. And I have some degree of experience with almost all of those areas.
Is there anything you would like to add that we haven't asked about?
I just wanted to share a little bit of my family story. Three of my father's grandparents, came to San Bernardino from Mexico in the early 20th century. And they were below working class. And when my grandfather was born in 1914, they lived on a very small street, and his father worked in various kinds of jobs like railroads. But he met my grandmother also in San Bernardino, and eventually they moved to Los Angeles. And my grandfather had to put himself through school at night to become a machinist, which is the kind of program that community colleges excel in. And from there, he gave my father opportunities to attend college, eventually graduated after several tries. And that is what helped instill in me a desire for education and the value of education. On the other side, my mother's parents were both from Pomona. My grandmother was born in the Midwest, but her family moved there when she was very young. My grandfather spent his life as a truck driver, but he married in a time when you didn't necessarily marry someone who was more educated than you were if you were, from that very paternalistic, patriarchal background. She had been educated, the first in her family, at University of Laverne. And my aunt, my mother's older sister, only sister, was also sent by her parents who scraped to send her to college. But when it came my mother's turn, they decided that she didn't need to go to college. And so after she graduated from Pomona High School, she put herself into Mount San Antonio College. This is in the late 1960s. And so she spent several years there with really excellent educational opportunities. But then life happened, things changed. It was the early 70s. She entered the workforce instead. She got married, she had children. By the mid-1980s, she was ready to go back to school. But by this point, she was a single mother. And she went, instead of a greater four-year school kind of opportunity, she chose to go to Moore Park College, another community college. So life then happened again, we moved, and finally she was able to put herself through school in Fresno, at Fresno Pacific University, and she finished her bachelor's degree 2 years before I finished mine as a traditional student. So I understand from familiar experience the importance that community colleges can make in the lives of individuals and in the lives of families. And I'm excited about the opportunity to have shared my experiences and interests with you this evening. I've read all of your bios, and I am in awe of the things that you have accomplished both in your careers and as members of this board. So thank you very much for your time this evening. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you. Yeah. Hey, 12 minutes early.
It's a good thing. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are on a 5-minute break transition time until the next candidate comes up. We can chat about anything we want except the candidates. So feel free. turn. The next candidate is here. Hello. I want to remind you that there will be a timer on the wall, which will be set for a duration of 30 minutes. Please provide as much information as possible for each question, as there will not be any follow-up questions from us. You may choose to wear your mask or not, whatever you are more comfortable with during your interview. Stacy Nekach, at the end there, will read the questions. You just simply can answer to us. All right?
Right on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Nekach is not here.
Okay. What do you see as the basic purpose of community colleges?
Before I get started, I want to say thanks for having me here. On behalf of my family, all those that's connected to Polinos, we thank you, for those that may have done the screening, all those involved in the process. Jamie Allen says always that urgency to give thanks. So thank you for having me here today. I believe that purpose is many. However, I'll pull from a few. One of which is to make sure that we champion an education, an education for kids. Of course, I'll pull from my hero, Nelson Mandela, who talks about an education being the most powerful thing known to man. So, of course, this entire board stand guard over that system that provides an education for our community. And the second thing is work development, making sure that we champion the system that creates work for our community. And of course, economic success for those that come through here. They say in trying, and all of us trying, we arrive at this place called success. I'm a product of this system. At the time, I believe San Bernardino had a mascot, which was the Indians. So, of course, I have to transfer the Wolverines, whatever it is today. However, the system I'm a product of, haven't been a product of the education, the work economics, in terms of my work in the community, as well as making sure that I believe the $620 million that this system gets infused into our community. And of course, it's infused in the right way.
As a trustee, what do you see as your primary purpose or primary role?
I believe the primary role of this board, is, as well as being a trustee on it, is a champion education. Stand guard over the system, make sure that it stays solvent, that we spend the money responsibly within our community. Of course, that we're role models in our community in terms of our education. It's some beliefs I have. I believe that everybody that stands in front of our kids, our youths, should be highly educated. So, of course, in saying that, I believe all of us should be well informed in terms of the strife within our community, the things that will make it better. And of course, I believe in that thing called leadership. Maxwell says everything rises and falls in terms of leadership. So we should always demonstrate leadership as trustees.
What are you proud of in this district?
Actually, I'm walking in this building. I was impressed. And of course, when I walked in here, and how clean it is, how progressive it's been over the years. I've been connected to this system for many years, probably over 25 years. I've been an instructor within it. I've been a police officer within this system. I've facilitated the police academy. So I'm proud of having read about the fire academy, the police academy, the nursing program, also the media academy. Just all these things is progressive, which will help our community be a lot better. And of course, if it's a lot better, then it's better for the students that's yet to come that I work with in the school district that will come through here, and they have this system that will help lift them and listen to them and prop them up. So I'm real proud of this system. When you walk on Valley College and the football field is pristine, these athletic system that's ripe for young kids to come there and play. We're real proud of that. So it's a lot that I'm proud of. However, you know that this Valley College has changed in terms of its cosmetics, just the physical makeup of the campus. So we should all be proud of the things that we see in terms of growth, expansion, et cetera, et cetera.
What would you like to accomplish as a board member?
Yeah, I think having worked in the K-12 system for over 24 years, I believe a connectivity in terms of the link. This system, this community college system, is a three-tier system, a part of a system that's created to create this higher ed experience for our students. So I believe that connection between the K-12 setting, a better connection in terms of transferring kids from that system to this system, which creates a stairway to prosperity, a stairway to where they can be successful, a stairway to an experience that they can have. This, I believe, will be a lot better for them. However, they need to know about this system, so as to be marketed in a way that gives them this enthusiasm to get in this line.
Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
Yeah, I believe one of the strengths that I would bring to this board is being a super listener. It's in communicating. One should communicate with respect, however, one should be a super listener. 99% listening, 1% speaking. They say serious leaders, they clearly understand that formula in terms of our ability to be able to communicate. More listening and less speaking. So I'll bring that to this board. However, I bring my experience from the Army as well. Having served 12 years in the Army, and I'll spot off where I've served. 10th Mountain, 187th Infantry, Fort Drum, New York. 25th ID, which is in Hawaii. My last service was Republic of Panama in Operation Just Cause. So I'll bring all those things in terms of my experience, skills, knowledge, abilities to the table with me if I was to be placed on this board.
Is there anything you would like to add we haven't asked about?
Just like to make a statement. It would be an honor to sit next to all esteemed board members on here. My work in terms of the community speaks for itself. I don't have to, what they say in leadership, it's an action. It's not a statement. It's an action to leadership. So it'd be a pleasure if you was to call my name to be able to serve on this board. Thank you very much. God bless you.
All right, then we have a 5-minute break between candidates, during which we can talk about anything but the candidates. Is the next candidate available? It's still early. But she's going to chat. We have 5 minutes. There's coffee. More cookies than you've ever seen.
Y'all ready for the holidays?
Yeah.
Thanksgiving.
we are going to begin again. First, I'm going to fix this so I can breathe. It's like so weird. All right. Thank you for being here with us this evening.
You're welcome.
Before we begin, I want you to know that there is a timer on the wall, which will be set for a duration of 30 minutes. Please provide as much information as possible for each question, as there will not be any follow-up questions from us. You can wear your mask or not, completely your choice, whatever you're comfortable with. Stacey Nikach is going to read the questions. You can answer to us, and please begin.
What do you see as the basic purpose of community colleges?
Well, community colleges are basically the workhorse of the cradle to career public educational system in our region. And they tend to fade into the background, but they are crucial. Community colleges perform several functions for the community. One is that they provide a means for students to get an associate's degree and then continue on for a 4-year degree. They also provide training for professions or trades. They also provide training for mid-career skills for advancement, or if someone is deciding to make a change in their career midway through. And they also provide opportunities to take classes that offer personal fulfillment. And those are all very important things. And they are designed to reflect the needs of each particular community. And I see them as very key, and their relationship with the K through 12, with the public universities, with the business community, they are part of that chain.
As a trustee, what do you see as your primary purpose or primary role?
The purpose of the trustees and the board is basically to govern and not manage. What that means is that the trustees and the board set the policy, they provide the oversight, they share the needs of their community in making decisions, and they can also advise, where they're supposed to advise the chancellor of the entire district. They are not meant to manage the day-to-day of the district or of the individual colleges. I have 2 examples I'd like to share. One is that when I was chief of staff to the president at Lawrence University in Appleton, Wisconsin, I supported their board and the president. And I got to see up close where sometimes that line could get a little fraught. When I was working at the University of Illinois at Chicago, the board for the University of Illinois were all politically appointed. And there was someone who was appointed who decided that spending was out of control on the university campuses. So this trustee decided he would sit in the office on each campus provided to trustees, and he would examine every single purchase request. So if, the Department of Biology wanted to buy a box of Bic pens, he wanted to be able to review that. And I remember hearing that there was another trustee who had said, I'm really ready to retire off the board, but I can't. As long as this person is a trustee and he does not understand what the role of a trustee is. So those were experiences and examples that I've heard about that inform my response to this question.
What are you proud of in this district?
This district has a lot of challenges, it has economic challenges, and it does not have a strong college-going culture. But I feel that the efforts that are being made by the community college, and the community college is in part of that cradle-to-career structure, do several things. One, it helps us build our economic resilience. The other thing is that as more students attend, the idea of being able to go to college and becoming mentors or path breakers for those in their families or communities starts to change the dial. And I feel that that is gradually happening in our community. I know that enrollment has taken a hit actually across the United States post-COVID. I was seeing an article the other day, the Chicago Public Schools were discussing a large drop. I don't know if it was as much as 10% in their number of children being enrolled. So I mean, it's a nationwide phenomenon, but I see that we are making progress. Two other things that I'm proud of. I'm very proud of what KVCR offers. I mean, in the Inland Empire, we are an enormous region that tends to be forgotten. The LA media market does not have any subsidiaries out here. So KVCR is our one voice, and it also provides an opportunity for our students to get professional experience and training for a career in some type of broadcasting. And sorry, one more thing. Yes. I was involved when President Morales joined together with UCR and then with the K through 12, the community colleges in our region, in both San Bernardino and Riverside counties and the business districts, to apply for a $5 million Governor's Innovation Award under Governor Jerry Brown. And we achieved it. The idea was that we all are working towards the same goal, the resiliency and sustainability and success of our region, but there's a lot of duplication, or there are not clear pathways. I know a long time point of tension when I was at CSUSB was, how do we set up the transfer of students? How do we clear that with, some faculty saying, well, if I'm calling this course this, is it really this same equivalent in the community college, and all of those types of negotiation. So building that network, it is now known as Growing Inland Achievement, and it continues to get grants and other funding because of the importance of what it is doing. And so the SBCCD has a role to play in all of that. And those are some of the things I'm proud of.
What would you like to accomplish as a board member?
I come with my nomination with a background in working in higher education since 1998. After I got my master's degree, I got a job at Duke University working for a professor in the English department who was also executive director of Duke University Press. And that ended up becoming his executive assistant for his publishing and speaking at the University of Illinois at Chicago. I then worked for the senior associate dean who managed the budget for the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. And then I worked for a vice provost who was in charge of basically budget and data. After that, I took an advancement position. I advanced up to being the executive assistant and then chief of staff of the president at Lawrence University in Appleton, Wisconsin. She was the first woman president of that institution. My father became ill and then passed away. So I moved out to be closer to my mother and took up a position at Cal State San Bernardino. Initially, it was the executive assistant to President Al Carnegie, and then it became the executive assistant to President Tomas Morales, and then his chief of staff. I took early retirement so that I could assist my mother in her final years with her dementia and Alzheimer's, and she passed away this summer. What I have done over the last 4 years since I did the early retirement, since I was at home with her, I've done some retired annuitant work for Cal State, so I'm still associated with them. And I've also become very involved in community groups and community projects with the Redlands, the Friends of the Redlands Library, and some progressive political groups in Redlands, and put together a speaking forum when we had an item on the January 2020 election ballot, Measure G, which was about housing development in Redlands, just to make sure that the voters were informed, and it was just people volunteering their time to talk. So I'm bringing to this my years in higher education, working at a large public, and then, a large private, a large public, then a very small private, and then a mid-sized public, to my more recent community involvement. And so what I want to accomplish is supporting the board during this next year in what they want to do. And I know you have a strategic planning process coming up. I worked with President Morales when he instituted all segments of the campus strategic planning process at Cal State San Bernardino, came up with a plan and then an implementation plan. And in fact, that implementation plan is used by all divisions each year when they measure what they have done, what they have not done, so it becomes a useful tool of measurement. And they've extended it for a couple years because they had to go through the quarters to semesters transition. So I bring all those things, and it's what can I do to help the board and help Area 4 over this coming year.
Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
I think I've sort of answered that already in my previous answer. So it's bringing my experience both in the community and in higher education, in addition to which my father worked for an American aid organization when I was growing up. So I spent the first 15 years of my life living outside the U.S., living in various countries, sometimes in dangerous situations. Thanksgiving in Kabul one year when I was 8. So I have that, I bring that to this role as well. And I believe that I have the ability to listen to what the issues under discussion are and bring thoughtful consideration to bear on them, and come up with my decision based on that.
Is there anything you would like to add that we haven't asked about?
I'm sure that when I close my little binder and walk away, I will think of at least 5 to 10 things. But I really believe that I have the skill set that you are looking for someone to be able to step in, have some familiarity with the issues that you are facing. And while I do not have direct experience working for a community college, there are many things that are similar across higher education, especially public higher education, that I believe I could bring to bear. So I'm someone I believe who could hit the ground running.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So we have one candidate remaining. He originally scheduled for 7:40. I don't know if he'll be here earlier or not. We are on a 5-minute break. Go get some coffee, talk about anything except the candidates, and as soon as the next candidate is available, then we'll be informed, correct? Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you
Hello.
for coming. I need to tell you, there it is. All right. That there will be a timer on the wall set for a duration of 30 minutes.
Okay.
We ask that you provide as much information as possible for each question because there are not going to be any follow-up questions from us.
Okay.
You can keep your mask on or not, whatever is comfortable for you. We're sitting next to each other. No one's around you. So whatever
Okay.
makes you comfortable.
I've been fully vaccinated, and I just got my booster shot the day before yesterday. So if it's okay, I'd prefer to take it off.
It's strictly up to you.
All right.
Stacy Nikach is going to read you the questions. There are 6. You've already got them. And you can just answer to us. And Stacy, please feel free to begin.
Okay.
What do you see as the basic purpose of community colleges?
The community colleges have, well, first of all, every academic institution has as its primary purpose the search for truth and the spreading of knowledge. More specifically, community colleges exist to provide higher education services to our community. And this basically consists, number one, of providing 2 years of undergraduate education so that students can graduate with an associate degree and go on to 4-year schools. And then second, to provide career technical education, and doing this in conjunction with the economic interests, businesses in our community. But these are our 2 primary functions. We also, unfortunately, must provide remedial education, since most of our students aren't really prepared for college when they arrive. But I strongly believe that our primary focus should be those 2 objectives of transfer and CTE. We also, it's appropriate for community colleges to do other things of educational value to the community. The main thing there is KVCR.
As a trustee, what do you see as your primary purpose or primary role?
Well, the first and foremost role of a board member, and really of anyone connected with the district, is to advocate for the interests and the welfare of our students. We exist to serve them and to serve the community. But we need to always be taking the student's point of view. Beyond that, it is, I believe, the function of the board to confer with other shareholders in the community college community to ascertain their perspectives, their needs, and then on the basis of as much information as we can derive, set policy for the district, and do this as a whole, as an entire board. Individual board members, no doubt, will have opinions about things that are happening within the bureaucracy. But individual board members, if we have concerns, we should work with our colleagues on the board to develop an overall point of view. And then once the board, as a collective whole, has an opinion, that should be conveyed to the chancellor, and who should take it from there. What I do not see my role as, is to micromanage the district. I have been an administrator, and I have had to deal with some reasonably ticklish issues. And the last thing I would have needed would be to have some board member looking over my shoulder saying, why don't you do that? Why did you do this? Don't do that. It would have made my job impossible. I'm not going to behave that way. I know better. So yes, we need to develop coherent policies on the board, working with the wholeness of our college community, and convey our opinions as clearly as possible to the chancellor and the administration, and judge on the basis of results. Don't try to tell the administrators how to do their jobs.
What are you proud of in this district?
Well, what I'm proudest of in this district is our students. Our students have gone on to provide leadership in this community and to show by their success the effectiveness of the education that we do bring them. I was at a political function a few weeks back, and a young man came up to me and said, you probably don't remember me, and I didn't. But he had taken my American government class about 10 years ago, and for extra credit in the class, he had become involved in some political activities. Worked on a campaign for a candidate who happened to be elected, and he became interested. So even after the class was over, he continued to be involved. And today, he has a very good position with a social service agency, and he's well plugged into the political network of our community. That's the sort of thing that I really like to see. One of my honor students was later accepted into the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard. Another of my honor students is now a judge in North Carolina. But actually, the student that I remember most vividly was a young man who took my class in the fall semester of 2008. He was black, very tall, big. He came to most of the class meetings, sat in the back, didn't say a word. Took the first midterm, F. Took the second midterm, F. But then came the November election, and he could earn extra credit by working on a political campaign, so he signed up to work for Obama. That's how I can remember exactly what semester this is, because Obama was running. The only thing I remember him ever actually saying in class was he did report that they'd had him calling voters in Colorado. But from that point onward, there was a change. He started coming to every class meeting. And as best as I could tell, he seemed to be paying maybe a little more attention. And before the final, he came into my office and he studied his midterms to see what he'd been doing wrong. And he got a B on the final. And in spite of all those Fs, got a C in the class. And I think that what made a difference for him was the ability to participate and to make a difference. Of course, it didn't hurt that Obama won, but the way I look at it, Barack Obama and I collaborated on mentoring this young man, And at least we got him through poli-sci, which is a stumbling block for many people. So anyway, it is the students and their success that I'm most proud of concerning this district.
What would you like to accomplish as a board member?
All right, well, I think there are, as best I can tell, and of course I'm not on the inside, so this board may know a lot more than I do. But from my perspective, it seems like there are three major problems that we need to work on. The first is KVCR. It is essential that KVCR be made financially viable and also that it be brought into closer conjunction with the instructional side of what we do. And this while maintaining the quality of the programming that we have. And to do those three things all at once is not going to be easy. The second problem I see is we're going to have to deal with the post-pandemic world. And the problem there is we don't know what it's going to be like. We can make various guesses, such as that probably in the future there will be more online courses. I don't know, maybe the students will be rushing back to the classroom, but maybe not. And if online from now on is going to be a larger part of what we offer, we need to take that into account. For example, we need to ask the question, I think, do we really need huge parking structures to be built at our campuses now? I don't know. I'm not saying I have an answer on that. But I think it is a question. I have one class at Valley College right now in the classroom, and I can tell you there are acres and acres of unoccupied asphalt. And there's supposedly 40% of our classes are in the classroom, but it doesn't look like 40% of the cars. So anyway, my point is simply that the world after pandemic is going to be different. And we need to try to strategize how to deal with that. And then the third problem is the decline in enrollments. Okay, and we all know about that. And that's not only a problem in our district, it's statewide. And it's not just community colleges. The kids are not returning to K-12. People are not going back to their jobs. I just had dinner in Mimi's across the street. They have one waitress on duty. I had to wait 15 minutes, and the vast majority of the seats are unoccupied. So our problem, though, is how do we get people energized so that they come back to the classroom? Now, now I don't have the answers to these problems, okay? I don't have any delusion that I'm going to come on board and reinvent the wheel, solve all the problems of the world. I don't have the answers. I think I can contribute, maybe, to helping find some of the answers. But I know that if I'm so fortunate as to be selected for the board, that I will be joining an ongoing operation, and that I will have a lot to learn, and that I will be relying on the wisdom of my colleagues to help me make that transition.
Please summarize the strengths you would bring as a member of the board.
Okay, I have served on a board before. This was the San Diego Planetarium Authority many years ago before I came to the IE. I was appointed by the San Diego City Council to serve on this 5-member board, which provides public oversight for the Reuben H. Fleet Space Theater in Balboa Park, and I hope you've all had the opportunity to experience that. In my time on the authority, we did have to confront one kind of major political controversy. The planetarium had some money, a couple of $100,000, that they had put in a special account that they were saving for some future programs. And at one point, the city of San Diego decided they were going to come in and take that money and spend it for purposes not connected to the planetarium. And they figured they could get away with this because the city appoints 3 out of the 5 members of the authority, and they assumed they would have a majority. However, when the vote came, the authority voted 5-0, no. You can't do that. This money has been duly allocated to the planetarium. You can't just come in and take it because you want it. And the mayor got real mad at us, and the city council wasn't happy, but we stuck to our position. And in the end, the city backed off, and the planetarium kept the money. But in my opinion, we, the authority, was able to prevail in that little power struggle because we were unified. 5-0. It's hard to argue with that. It would have been very easy for 1 or 2 of us to have voted the other way, made brownie points with the mayor and the council, but we didn't operate that way. We were a very collegial board. We were different political parties, different philosophies, but we were in total agreement on this. We trusted each other. We didn't play games. And so we were able to present a united front. And I think that is how boards like that one and this one are able to be effective because they do their best to reach consensus and to come up with a program that everyone can enthusiastically support. Boards and councils that spend their time squabbling with each other never get anywhere. This board has been successful, I think, because you put a great priority on reaching agreement and reaching consensus. And, you know, it's one thing to understand that intellectually, but in my previous experience, I lived through it. And I will certainly exemplify that if I'm able to join you on the Board of Trustees.
Is there anything you would like to add that we haven't asked about?
Well, yeah, I would just like to summarize my qualifications and my time with the district. My academic qualifications, BA, San Diego State, summa cum laude, master's degree, Yale, PhD, UCLA. And while I was working on those degrees, I did take a little time out to serve in the U.S. Army in South Vietnam. I've written one book, a scholarly study of the Federalist Papers by Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, John Jay. It was published by the University of Kentucky Press. It was reviewed in the Journal of American History and in the American Political Science Review. Some people thought it was a great book. Some people thought otherwise. That's the way academia is. I was hired 30 years ago by Don Singer to teach political science at Valley College. I've always taken my teaching very seriously. I think my students need a hands-on experience of the political process. So I have always given them extra credit for being involved in political activities. I've made a practice of bringing my classes to observe meetings of this board so they can see local government in action. For several years, I was the faculty advisor to the student government. And that was a time when the faculty advisor was the only institutional representative in the student government area. I was department chair of political science for most of my time working in the district. I was chosen by my colleagues to be president of the academic senate. Served in that position for 2 years, every month made presentations to the board. I've also been active in the union. I was political action chair for over a decade, got to know many board members that way. I was selected by my colleagues as outstanding professor in, I think, 2010 or 2011. I'm also a recipient of the Students' Choice Award for full-time faculty. And I've been an administrator. For 3.5 years, I served as the interim dean of social science. The only reason I left that position was because I wanted to. It was at my own request because I wanted to get back to teaching. As dean, I oversaw about a dozen academic departments also the athletics program, 12 men's and women's teams, also the Child Development Center, which is one of the largest, if not the largest, child care facility in the county. I stepped into multiple dysfunctional situations, I'm happy to report that they all got better on my watch. Since I've retired, I have been teaching, continued to teach on an adjunct basis. So I've seen this district operate from just about every vantage point there is, as a full-time instructor, a part-time instructor, academic senate president, student advisor, union activist, and an administrator. I have served this district for 30 years, and I would like to serve it for a bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Milligan. All right. That concludes the candidate interview portion of tonight's meeting. The next item is public comments and board vote. Are there any public comments?
No.
No, okay. So what we're going to do at this point is, from HR, Christina Hannon is going to provide us with forced ranking sheets to rank our candidates and tally the scores. And the board will have further discussion on the top candidates that she tells us are the top candidates, which after listening to these is probably 7 candidates, but that's okay. We'll have further discussion on the top candidates before a motion is made to select the provisional appointee. The board's not yet discussed any of the candidates. So there you go. So did you want to pass those out and we will fill them out? We could use the ones you gave us earlier. Yeah. Do you have new ones? Oh, okay. You guys are already done?
Those that are complete.
Oh, wait, give me a minute. Has everyone passed their candidate sheets down? I believe so. Student trustee does one also, correct? Yeah. Can we take that as an advisory vote?
Christine, do you have another form for student trustee?
If you would note advisory
Yeah.
on the document, that would be helpful.
Yes, by all means. Let's take a 5-minute break while she tabulates that. Thank you for waiting, everyone. We do. Ms. Hannon, could you come up and bring us the names of the top candidates? Thank you. The top candidates are Dr. Nathan Daniel Gonzalez and Dr. Edward Smith Cook Milliken. So at this point, we can engage in discussion about said candidates. And by the way, just from one trustee's opinion, it was an excellent pool of candidates. It's absolutely excellent pool of candidates.
Could you repeat the names?
Yes, yeah. Dr. Nathan Daniel Gonzalez, Dr. Edward Smith Cook Milliken.
Okay.
All right, so let's have some discussion before we even entertain a vote.
Madam Chair.
Trustee.
I just wanted to note that this was an interesting experience, and it was, on the whole, a better experience than I had anticipated, because candidly, I had not expected to have as many really highly qualified candidates as we had applied. And I was impressed with all of the candidates, some obviously more than others, but on average, it was a really good group. And I'm very disappointed that we can't take more than one of them, because there's more than one that I really feel would be helpful to this board. But in any event, I really want to say this, since we've reached through this ranked voting procedure, we've got it down to the top two. I just want to say that doesn't reflect adversely on the other applicants. They were really outstanding.
Yeah, I agree. Trustee.
I totally agree with our colleague Longbill. Being part of the board, I think that's one of the most difficult things that we have to do, is to look at all the good candidates and all the good things that they bring. All of you, I mean, we could always rotate. You know, you guys come in 1 month and then we'll take the other one. But you don't take the money, we take the money. We only take $400. So anyway, I was very impressed as well. The articulation, the ideas, your experience, we can use in this board. All of us are unique in the sense that we have our specialties, what we believe we can do better, and the different areas that we undertake. And so it's a difficult decision to see that we left some other people that were not top two that could have been there too. So I'm disappointed, but at the same time, I'm happy that we are going to have the quality of individuals that are moving forward.
Oh, please.
I just want to echo what everyone said about the quality of the candidates, and I really appreciate the time that everyone took to come out today. The fact that we have, and we've got the two, does then make this decision-making process from, at this point, narrows it down. And I know for me, as I'm narrowing it down, I have like the criteria that I would be looking at is, our existing composition of the board and the diversity of experience that we have on this board. I'm not talking about demographic diversity, I'm talking about diversity of experience. Mm-hmm. And for me, that is what makes this board as powerful as it is, as strong as it is, as united as it is that we are respectful of each other's experiences and what we bring to the board. And so for me, when I begin individually deliberating the two candidates that are in front of me at this point, what will weigh heavier for me, and I would like to encourage my fellow board members to consider this as well, is diversity of experience. I'm talking lived experience and then consideration of what we currently have on the board, and really then looking at who of the two candidates that we have would round us out with an even more expanded level of lived experience that maybe we don't currently have represented on the board today.
That's a good point.
I'll add to that.
Please.
We agreed on the process, and I think it's a decent process, and so I am very impressed with everybody that came before us today. I appreciate the time, and each one of you has such a wonderful story. I wish we had room for all of you, because you bring so much to experience and life experience that we could use on this board. I am like my colleagues. I'm sorry, I keep getting an echo on this. I have to take them off. I'm looking at what will round off the experience on this board, because we have people who have been faculty, we have people who have been managers, we have people who have been business owners, we have people who are working for nonprofits, we have K-12 experience. So I'm looking at what my choice will be, given that. I would like to add another component to the board, and so I'm looking at that too. So we have it's taken us some time, but we have come to the point where we respect each other, we listen to each other. We don't always agree, but we do come to a consensus, and we embrace whoever comes to this board. We will embrace and work with that person. So, but I wish we could, and I had 4 top candidates out of the 7, 4, you know, and then the others that I didn't rank as top 4 were my top 2nd. Yeah. So it's very difficult for me to put a ranking, but we had to do it.
Yeah.
And so I join my colleagues in saying that's what we need on this board. We need more diversity. We need more other experiences than what we already have on this board.
Yeah.
So
Please.
that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I just want to concur with the comments that have already been said. I did appreciate the process with how we did the rankings. I had 4 also, and the 2 that came to the top were part of my 4, and I appreciate the comments you said about just rounding out and adding a layer to the board that we don't currently have, and so but yeah, I just wanted to just add those comments to it. And I do appreciate all of the candidates because I do think that everyone that interviewed did have something to offer to the district, and appreciate the time that folks spent in applying and coming forward to just kind of introduce themselves and share what they wanted to bring to the district. So thank you for that.
Another point that was important to me was involvement in the community, because one of our big jobs as trustees is to be ambassadors for the community college in our communities. And it was very, what is the opposite of disheartening? I guess it's heartening, right? It's like disgruntled and gruntled, but I don't think that's a word. It was nice to hear that the 2 top candidates, in my notes anyway, both talked about being involved in the community. It's important to have that base, and it's important to have the ear of the folks in your community who understand, who can understand more about the community colleges. Community colleges tend to get a bad rap, and when people that are well regarded in their communities are involved in the community colleges, it's an opportunity to get rid of that stereotype and help folks to better understand the important role that we do play in the education process. So I was impressed with that. Goodness. Is there discussion in regards to the to the specific candidates? Does anyone want to talk about that?
I think, well, unless you want to speak to it, I was just thinking I would make a motion.
Well, we could talk just a teeny bit more.
Yeah, you bet.
Before we make a motion,
Mhm.
so that we're all on the same page.
Yep.
You know me, I love consensus.
Okay. I will wait.
Trustee.
We take a vote.
Not yet. We're still talking. Yeah, but soon.
I wanted to, if I could, just, we're looking for comments on the specific two candidates we have in front of us, and I just wanted to note that one of the things, as I looked at our group of people that applied for this position, that struck me was there was no one who was young.
I think some of them might take umbrage at
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I think
at the age of 72.
Let's not talk about age.
Okay,
Yeah.
at the age of
Let that one
72
go.
myself, I saw nobody who was what I would consider a real young applicant, and I've noticed that has been the case in a lot of our activities, and so one of the things that for me is a significant advantage that Dr. Milliken offers is that he has tried very hard to bring a lot more young people into our structure. And as he mentioned when he was up here talking about the many classes that he has brought into our meetings, we've seen them many times. A lot of the seats at our board meetings are filled with Dr. Milliken's students whose first exposure to politics is coming in here at one of these meetings, and I know that has had an impact on more people than just the few examples he cited. I look over at our youngest current board member here, and he was brought into the involvement in this through Ed Milliken originally, and then actually Joseph was a student of mine when I was on adjunct faculty. But so I would really see that I think Dr. Milliken would be of assistance to the board in trying to bring more young people into involvement in our activities, and ideally to see more young people get elected to the board as time goes on. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Houston?
No, did you want me to make a motion now?
No.
Oh,
I
I'm
thought
just
you
ready
had
to make a
something
motion, so I'm good right now.
Okay. Is there more discussion?
I mean, yeah, my number one candidate didn't make it into the final two, and but these two were in my top four, and so I mean, if you all are ready to move, if you want to move, I'm ready to see what you all want to consider. Yeah.
Well, I would say my number one candidate did not make it into these top two either, but I can make a motion.
I think
Trustee Reyes?
I would have to go back and appreciate what Trustee Longville said. If we're talking about diversity in many aspects, whether it be demographics, whether it be, I think that Dr. Milliken, and with all due respect for the other individuals, because that could have been, it was tough, let me tell you. I had the top four of the people that most of us, and too bad we only have two that we had to do that. So the inspiration and the commitment that will come from Dr. Milliken will really pay a great deal of opportunities for us, not only in understanding how the system, how the process works, but also in encouraging what Longwell said. He's always encouraging the young people to come. I've been impressed. He brings in, and the students sometimes don't want to go. I'm busy. Well, you're going to get a B or an A. Oh, okay, I'll be there. So I've been really impressed. And we'll be able to work with the two individuals that we're talking about. Even if they don't have experience in certain things, we will work with them and they will work with us. We will try to emphasize what's important to us so that they can become completely a great partner with us, a good team. That I believe that we have a real good team right now. We don't necessarily get angry at one another. We respect the fact that we don't agree with everything. But I think that, we're cordial. And I've seen with other board members, other board organizations, they're always fighting. They don't go home until like 1 o'clock in the morning and says, I don't know if I want to be a board member. I mean, I have other things that I have to do. Anyway, the two choices are good, but in my opinion, because of, and I had the pleasure of working with Dr. Milliken. I was a political action co-chair with him, and we did a lot of wonderful things. I want you to know, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when we were the co-chairs of the political action. So it's not, anyway, not to take anything away from the other individuals, but thank you for being part of this and helping us make it to the next level, because this college is going to continue to be bigger.
I'd like to make a motion, please.
Please.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Nathan Daniel Gonzalez as the next trustee for Area 4.
Okay, so I will call the question. And remember, we can only vote once.
You want to have more discussion?
Do we want to have discussion?
Yeah.
In regards to Dr. Gonzalez?
Yeah. I mean, we can talk about it.
Yes, please.
The thing that I'll say about the motion and the second that's on the table, if we are talking about diversity, we do already currently have folks on the board who have direct experience in the system. The thing that I think we can say about Dr. Gonzalez is, he has external experience that would, add a different layer that we currently don't have if we're talking about diversity of experience. And, if we feel like that's a need, then that's something that I think we need to lift and just call attention to. I have an affinity for, Dr. McMillan. I took a class and, in part, I give him credit for me serving and connecting with, political science. And, but again, if we are talking about adding diverse experience, we have 3-4 people, well, 1, 2, 3 people who actually taught in the district already and who has really been connected. I'm a former student, and have taught classes in the district. And so it's all about what you think collectively will add the most value. Do you feel like we need someone from outside the system, or will we benefit from having someone, that has direct experience in the system? But again, I think Dr. Gonzalez does offer that diverse outside perspective.
May I?
Please.
When I consider our student population, and I would like to think that the voices on the dais are representing our students, I do believe that Dr. Gonzalez will give a voice to students who currently don't have a voice at the dais today.
I agree. Other discussion? Ma'am.
Yeah, I just wanted to build off of that and kind of say that the biggest thing that drew me towards specifically Crafton, but just the San Bernardino Community College District, was the diversity and the experience that all of the students had. And I felt like at the school that I was at previously, there wasn't a lot of, they would kind of like shove those discussions under the table, like they didn't want to talk about it. And so I think adding diversity is never a bad thing. So whether they're from the communities that are already within the school, like, or if they're outside of the community and they're coming in, I think there's no bad thing that's going to come from it.
Thank you. Is there other discussion? Well, we have a motion and a second. You get to vote once. I know I want to vote twice. Does anyone watch The Voice? I feel like Kelly Clarkson. I'm going to start crying because I want them both.
Joseph and I want to
Yeah.
vote 3 times.
Yeah.
Let's
Pretend we're in Chicago. We just keep voting.
we could expand to 9. I think we have the authority to do that. I
Can
don't
we
know how
do
it would
that?
work. I don't know if the dais could accommodate 9, but
If we can do that, can we do it? I'm kidding.
I mean theoretically we can go to 9. Theoretically.
Let's put a double chair up there. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to appoint Dr. Gonzalez. Do we do this by roll call? How do we do this? How do we know how many people voted? By roll call? Okay. So by roll call, and I'll just start at the other end there. Oh, student trustee, I'm sorry, how do you vote? No, it's Dr. Gonzalez is the vote at this point. Okay. So you say just yes, I want them, or no, I don't. Yes, I want them. Thank you. Let's just start at the other end, Trustee Longville.
No.
Trustee Houston.
Yes.
Trustee Harrison. Trustee Williams.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Reyes.
No.
And the chair votes aye. It looks like
It's a majority.
It looks like a majority. So, Dr. Gonzalez, you are our new appointee.
Congratulations.
So there you go. Well, look at that. So, excellent. At this point, we can adjourn this meeting, and I must announce that the next board meeting is a business meeting on November 18th, 2021 at 4 p.m. right here in the lovely SBCCD boardroom. And we hope to see everybody there, including the new trustee. So there you go. Thank you very much.